Hey, would you look at that? It's been like 5 minutes. Oop. How's everyone doing? We doing good? Beep beep boop bop beep bop. Why is my microphone not going up to the levels of my I want it? Heck. Ha! Okay, we're probably good here. How's everyone doing? Oop. I forgot where we were in this game. Revachol is pronounced Revachol. Oranje is pronounced Oranje. Cassia is pronounced Cassia. Alright. Kim Katsuragi, my beloved. Logic. Oh, that scared me. I can do that. What the fuck am I wearing? Back on. Take the hat off. And leave the glasses on. Alright, now we're good. What's that? Hat. E. Okay. How much XP do I have? A5. Good to know. Say Dorito. Hi, Jolene. Hello. Is that good? Do you need a clearer clip of me saying Dorito?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian.
Now I'm alert. Oh, hey, I wanted to stop by and say hi.
One.
Now I'm alert. Alright, thank you. That's pretty rad of you. Yeah, because it's pretty rad, man.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can
Welcome
I
to the
help
stream.
you, officer?
Feel free to lurk. That's fun. Doing work, Lamau, but I'll keep it at a low volume. As long as you don't get caught.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in Central Jamrock, in a darkened hall,
Heard that many
lit
times, you're
by
fine.
orange desk lamps,
Yeah, Dorito.
far away from the
I got
noise
you.
outside. A middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there?
Yes,
I
I
found
am.
Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
Congrats on the Beppis.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Home address is
Here
fine.
we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
By the pier, north of here, those big apartment buildings there.
Any other information?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
You have someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Wait. Said it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio.
Good. You have a name now.
You know the husband's name? Wait.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Marie described me what the husband looked like?
Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
Mine is Beppis. Congrats.
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
So Billy Majan is a woman, not a man? How did your colleague know that was her
Marie
husband?
knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
That's all for me. I have other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a...
Cool. I'm gonna go try to rhetoric that door open, because I want to. Can I fast travel? Is that a thing? No. I saw a thing that was like, you can fast travel now. Billie Jean, like the Michael Jackson song? No, not really. Billy Maljean. A little bit. Almost there, but not quite. You good there, Kuno? So high as a kite? Guess so. Oh wait, I'm dumb. That's the wrong place. I want to rhetoric that door open. I think it'd be funny. That's gonna be like, those people are definitely communists. Hey, hold on. What is this?
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer.
I don't think everything that increases rhetoric. I think I just have stuff that decreases rhetoric. Alright.
Back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not, and as it's always been, It's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you...
That's unfortunate. I wanted to open that container. So bad. I need to put a point in logic, because... I guess I don't need to. Kim just follows you silently while you're just walking around aimlessly without saying anything. Yeah, basically. Detective at work. Kim understands. Can I go down the stairs? No? Okay. Alright, let's go talk to what's-her-face. Or Anya.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with...
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra.
What's Nacra?
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
It's been used quite a lot, but not for scrubbing blood off towels, or anything else interesting, it seems. There it is, the orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic for it.
And I also see a brand called Preptide.
A euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Looks like this
It's
orange
speed,
bottle.
man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here...
I'm not gonna take the speed. Can I get out of the bathroom? No? Am I trapped in here? There you go. That was weird.
Officer, what lies?
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. She slowly light.
I'm like 90% that's just drama. 90% sure that's just drama being an asshole. But she might also be lying. I think she's lying about where the gunshot came from. I guess we can go check that out. Okay, so the boardwalk for bullet traces. Check island for bullet traces. Check land's end for bullet traces. Nope, not this one. What even is gun residue? If the walker was very confused or drunk out of his mind. Oh, I can tell you which one that was. What am I supposed to do with the bug quest? That's Kuno. Okay. I can do that when I get back. Sorry about that, though. The dude up there.
There's nothing.
No. Look at this. Really money to park here? No one would pay now.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
Blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and
You
smiles.
officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Khan Hailostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
What was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Rests his hand on the boy's shoulders. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
Thems.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
So fascinating by the empty old building.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his eyes to shield himself from the pattering rain. All four of you turn to admire the
What
mural
not a
before
lot of
you.
people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Look at the building.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
What's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
Miles Bradley, laugh lines around
You're
his eyes.
probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I don't think I ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He's just a suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm
Whoa.
mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape computer.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, marring the sentence he just produced.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
Pauses, pointing the other buildings, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon, picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel, lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Tape computers, right. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What's
the
that?
Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombessier d'Insolente. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How do those tape computers work? Did they work like radio
no
computers?
one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like.
Sounds like a
But
sticky
word has it,
situation.
They were very elegant, exquisite,
Get it, 'cause-
alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Never mind.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center? Paul Ackerman, Keith and Guy Juice? What are you talking
The
about?
Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to
You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device
Wompty
itself
Dumpty
was
Dum
very
Center.
elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool.
Very,
Sounds
very
made
cool.
up. I mean,
Though
technically it is made
understand
up,
the
but
socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
the Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Felt Playback Experience, but those are incorrect.
Why'd the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
Takes a step back. Boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind.
But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Cool. Buzz, hum. Electricity flows through the wires with audible power. Ooh. That was locked before. I think. I just come from here? Yes. How did I get to that corpse? Oh, I can level up. Hmm. Getting lost. Let's go. Oh, money. Money.
An old door, worn by elements. Guard.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
No, I didn't.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. In the distance you can hear the breakers roar.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower, took the shot there.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, Why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
Maybe maybe the campfire was used by the
To
perpetrator.
warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
About the cigarette butts. Oh.
Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Still, you felt it was important enough to make a mental note. That means something. You didn't pay attention to any of the other cigarette butts on the coast.
Look over the water.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the wave-crossed bay, through heavy, dark grey curtains of rain, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible, a glowing light on the third floor of the Whirling in Rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender, smoking, drinking, being happy and elated, without...
Shut up, electrochemistry. Is it just me, or did my camera get fucked up somehow?
Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Why is there an option to smoke him? Oh, to see if he's a communist.
Yes?
The lieutenant's posture. The lieutenant is fastidious as a cat in matters. Wait. There's something else there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave. But what sort of ideological...
Do you need something, detective?
Just wondering what brand aftershave
It's
he
not.
is.
Are you thinking of...
No way.
I didn't mean to offend. Was there something else you wish to...
Yeah, you're smelling him to see if he's a communist.
As you turn...
Not gonna elaborate on that.
Making you squint.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Been establishing my superstardom hard
Yeah.
lately.
You have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. You know, you can just smell communism.
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer. This is the beginning of your legend.
Fuck it.
With
Action.
a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
I find this boardwalk I found this corpse on. I forget. Where is it? It's not up here, is it? Is it up and then to the left?
There's some tear. An empty cigarette packet.
Boardwalk for bullet traces. Anything I see up here? No. Guess not. Way to get into this building.
You see, a slogan used to enter.
Hey, my camera fixed itself. There's only one of them, Jack.
There's nothing.
Is this the boardwalk I'm supposed to check? What are the islands? Nothing up here. Artillery broke it. Unfortunate. Cool. I know about that.
worn map. Feet, your thing, fine.
For a more detailed view of the map,
Trying to look at the map. I guess I can't. Weird. I just noticed there's a box in the top left corner. I wonder what that's for. My game just glitching out for some reason or something. No climbing onto the roof for me. Okay, no, but seriously, where's that? Oh, we already went to where that dude's corpse was, and I didn't see it. I didn't see the where you can any place to look at bullet residue or anything. Oh, the islands, quote unquote, might be. I love exploring. I love point and click games. Why I hate point and click games. I'm just bad at point and click games. I'm afraid to look up a guide for this, because it'll probably just be full of spoilers. Oh, that was my phone, sorry. I got a text from, oh, one of my friends is going live. I can read them.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with
Exploring
the
is
rust-colored
fun, I
sewage
agree.
runoff.
Yeah.
And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. You're warm in your coat, though your cold, damp hair sticks to your head unpleasantly. You should have a hat. You survey the landscape around you.
What's in the west?
More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
Beyond that?
The waters turn black, Coal City in the shadow of San Martin, a boom town. Back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
What is there?
Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal.
Sometimes there's spoiler-free guides. Yeah, but I don't want to risk it.
Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume, where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold. Children under 14, they go underground, looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty. Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this ore. How can it be pure if it's magenta?
Can it be pure if it's magenta?
Snow falls, and there is no answer. Some things are not for mortals to know. Few Petira return from the shafts.
Petira.
Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
What's in the east?
The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds. Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king.
And further.
A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. Clean white light coming from the windows of a clean cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret.
It's in the north.
The abandoned church, its walls covered with hoarfrost now. One of Lisette's sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the revolution.
And further
A
north?
serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul.
On the islets?
The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock, a tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection, way beyond Martinez, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets.
And on the other side of the inlet?
Then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far.
Before that? Before the curtains
The
drawn?
Bay of Revachol, vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos, wild pines, Zam, Mauryan, and at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the coalition warship Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder.
It's in the south.
The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox.
The Pox.
Was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off.
But still.
Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace.
Wow. Further
A
south.
line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells.
No, it was home. I want
The
more.
stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning.
Ew.
Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens, and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers.
For what?
A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind.
What's below me?
More Coalition aerostatics.
Or what's above?
Lights flash as they maneuver
Easy.
through the falling snow. One large airship carries crates in its belly.
What's below me?
Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle.
Tell me a secret of the sands, when?
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
Cool.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids. There's a bear involved. This book will show you the score. Get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life.
On what?
The alphabet.
Look through the
Every
pages.
page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows.
Let's do this.
A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston. G is for gamete. H is for homeboy.
H.
I is for econ. J is for Eura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum. M is for myriad. N is for nadir. O is for aureole. P is for perihelion. Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for Wahrheit. X is for xylophone. Y is for Ustava. Z is for zenith.
That's it?
That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Kim, I know the alphabet
Good.
now.
I also know the alphabet.
It is a very useful skill to have, he thinks, for all sorts of life activities, like reading and...
I love it. Okay.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't... I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hand.
Cool.
Waves are big.
Why does she care about the waves
Sorry.
so much?
With you in the waves.
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? Oh? Well, how can I assist you? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
Got drunk and apparently drove it
This
into the
calls
sea.
for a funeral, if you ask me.
So suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage? That's senseless sentimentality. Inanimate objects don't have souls. Actually, in the middle of a murder investigation right now.
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
Not thought. Maybe I
Why
should.
not? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. Just
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Alright, I'm in. Organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Absolutely. Things like what, for example?
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
That means scene of the crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Sure does look like a lot of folks
Looks like
partied
they
here.
were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Hey Kim, looks like we got a couple party goers
Looks
here.
like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Cool. Get some money. Trying to find where the heck I'm supposed to go for these, the sniper stuff. Where they could have shot the gun. One of them things on this roof up here, I think. Oh, imagine I'm getting into this building anytime soon now. Can't make myself sick. What's that? How'd I get there? The heck? Huh.
Hello again. I do have some money, yes, but that...
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling. No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Can I have some of that unimportant money then? No.
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states. Have you read it? If not, then you definitely should. If not, sure. What's on your mind? But of course.
Is there a way to get into this building? Is that up there? It's a staircase. Interesting. Moonshine probably. Smells like tasty fermentation. Ah, electrochemistry, you scamp. I don't know where the hell on the boardwalk this thing wants me to go. There's a lot of places on the boardwalk, but none of them seem right. Fortunately. Also don't know what the islands could be. I feel bad because it's probably super boring to watch, but I don't know what to do. I'm bad at point and click games. I don't know what to tell ya. Sorry. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back to the hotel and see exactly where it tells me to look. And I'm gonna bump another point into rhetoric and see if I can open the door. I probably shouldn't do that. That would be... I think the boardwalk spot was where the body was. I looked where the body was. Not a shooter. Aren't shooter games not just fancy point and click games? It's true, you point and click their heads. I didn't think of that. Off, can you played this game, right? Can you look up a guide for me? Look, I'm where the body is. Look in here. I need to look out. I have to like talk to Kim or something. Just know. Oh, you haven't found the place yet? Okay. Have I found the island one yet? I've not found either of them. Nay. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Go to apartment buildings in North Martinez. I'm here. I might as well ask Kuno about the...
An old East Delta Commerce Center. This...
I had the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack stuck in my head. Can I get a recheck on this, or... I don't think so.
Just an ordinary wall.
I can.
Nothing to see here.
Do I have anything that'll bump up conceptualization? I think I do. The one thing to bump up conceptualization. Well,
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Why must we stop to...
3. Beer bottle. Oh. Can I take something off? Oh, I had this shirt on.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building.
Man, we're
It's
looking for
locked.
Billy Majan's apartment. We have important
No
news to deliver
reply.
her.
You can hear faint sweeping inside.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. The door...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not in the police. No, go check.
Backyard door.
Okay. Backyard door. This one.
There must be another way into the building.
Fucking Jesus Christ. That scared the shit out of me. Why is that voice line glitched like that? Kim's in the fucking astral realm and shouting in my ear.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Why are you whispering? It sounds like you're already in trouble.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice.
Says sotto voce.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really need to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
I need to get inside this apartment building. Can you help me?
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
I'm actually called Martin Martinez, are you?
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Scans the courtyard. Silent like the bottom of a well. Every sound is captured.
Ask him again.
Listen, I really need your
I
name.
really need to finish this cigarette.
But he hasn't left yet.
It's like you got a good view of the Rolling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Snow blankets, the old patio chairs, and dead house plants, and all the neighboring windows are black.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday.
Aw.
You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
Doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay. Can we meet somewhere
For
else?
a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
With a flick of his wrist, he sends a cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He walks away.
He's gone.
She'd run after him, so
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
Did he just give
He
up?
could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
Lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch.
If we
of
find a
grass.
way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Please be a key.
A stone like any other. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
We're gonna find the right one.
We'll just have to go in and see.
Fiction notices missing pets are plastered on top of each other. These slip-up sunglasses were fashionable of the old, but have since lost their popularity. Their thin gold alloy wear frames are a reminder of drug-addled bohemian artists. These days, glasses are only favored by organized crime accounts who desire to look cool. That's more drama. I mean, logic. You can use that to... drugs and alcohol, or shoes come in 3 different sizes. $0.01.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number, it's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply.
Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Who is this? Demands a female voice, wearing intense. This is police, open up.
Do I have to open the door?
The clacking heels again, on the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge.
Did you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Thank you, logic.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckle white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. You're right. Should I call a doctor? This won't take long. I only have a few questions.
Go ahead, then. What do you want to know, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Think for Billy Majan. Do you know where she lives?
It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find the Majans in apartment 20 upstairs. It's one of those doors on the balcony.
Looking for a young male in his mid-20s. Dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble. I just want to talk to him. You know where he lives?
Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
You live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the cold room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery. She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
Is one of the residents on a vacation? The mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
Who lives in apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
But I just talked to someone through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
He pauses, eyeing the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Sure, I'll go see what I can
Great.
find.
Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is
I
beaming.
think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You sure you don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
You tell me about Cindy.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Thanks, I'm off. We're closed by Martinez Realty Associates. Is this the door? Oh no, this is the balcony. Where's Cindy? Can I unlock this door? Perfect. "16 days of coldest April."
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down.
Look around yourself.
It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room. She had an eye for beauty.
Someone has torn down the wall.
What happened here?
Can't foreclose on an apartment with a hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Of the stuff in the fridge.
Indeed.
Vito says a firing squad for the ridge. Ooh. 120 feet scurrying beneath the grates. The rats of the city. Enough cold to last for several winters. It smells of chemicals. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy? Is your rhetoric maxed? It might be, question mark? I don't think so. No, I can put 3 more points into it. You want me to try and rhetoric that door open again? It's locked, you can't get in. Chair's new, someone lives back there. Oh, no. Above, tarp slap in the wind, forgotten hammers and nails rest.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we're evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutation.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Heavy
Red
fuel
dyed
oil?
heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Some clever cultural
You
commentary.
ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
You're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me. But somehow, it never happens.
Don't you have a real home? I'm not gonna ask that, it's fucked up. Not the nicest place, but I get
It
also have to
doesn't
do.
have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all. Shoot, piggy. It's what you do is...
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Former guess about what
The
happened.
great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Taking the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
I want to see what happens. What's inside sounds fun.
Those arches
I need
acted
to
as support
do
for
a
something
logic
greater
thing
than
for
what
the
you
actual
see now.
case. I can't bump up rhetoric.
Only 3 stories stand.
If I get a second
9 to
level up,
12
I might.
once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. Underwater, iron helmets have sunk deep into the sand and the mud. Helmets of soldiers, and their finger bones too, and clavicles, littering the ocean floor.
Who did this? This
A
damage.
fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannon still ready to placate Revachol.
Hey Kim, do you know who shelled our
The
city?
coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Give me a moment. It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her.
One of the doors in my pocket.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. You have plenty of reason to enter.
I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's a break-in.
Oh, come on.
There's a pause, but before you hear the door being unlocked.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah, right?
That was smart.
Thank you, Ken.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
She jingles a set of keys in her hand.
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
I need your ID. I just need to ask you some questions.
Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Reprehensible. Who lived here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway.
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny.
Ain't been that much money. Those apartments look pretty shabby.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
The radio computer wizards are invested with magical economic powers.
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Oh. She's still shaking her head. Manicure hands now crossed over her chest.
Of course.
Cool, drugs. It's like a fine mattress. That'd be ridiculous. You can hear it swarming with bugs. Could it be the Phasmid? No, probably not. Okay, I'm just gonna loot that stuff and then leave. Magical economic powers, I want those.
Give me a moment.
I can't find any countercultural people in apartment 10. It's just a real estate agent setting up the room for new tenants.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Radio computer wizards coming. They're gonna save the place.
Oh,
and the
I do
economy.
like wizards. And people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us about our fates.
She means clairvoyance.
Cool. Hey, we're almost at another level up. Then I'll do rhetoric and try to rhetoric the door open.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism. In other words, the star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace. Gone Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
9 healing items for... Got 9 healing items for, Okay, how do I get up to the balcony? Oh, the big sign that says balcony, probably. Got 9 morale healing items and only 3 health ones. Interesting. Someone's watching from within.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup allongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Do you have any advice on how to tell her
Dad,
he's...
just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
Thank you. What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
Alright, I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
Voice calls out from the other side of the door.
And someone turns down the radio.
Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You hear shuffling inside.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open.
Funny enough, your physique is not your best stat, but at least you didn't choose to start with 1. Yeah, I debated not starting with 1 or not, and I decided not to.
It's you from the book stand.
She just looks at you for a moment without knowing what to do.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
Do I have the stuff that I can increase my empathy? I have stuff that decreases my empathy. Probably put up shirt on. Feel bad. Putting on my sunglasses to tell this lady or her husband's dead. He started the game with 1 and everything. Maybe interesting or boring. I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. And my bowling shoes. Does this give me minus empathy? No.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Did I just say he's dead like that?
Yes. That's the most important thing. Use that word. No euphemisms. This is what you came here for.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Majan, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Your husband, Victor Majan, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
Looks at the kitchen table, where 2 cigarette butts are still on the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions.
Sad.
Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
It was an accident. He fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Yes.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
Lieutenant takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away her tears. Is there anyone who could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
Oh. Air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
It's sad.
No. A day.
No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
Hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that had become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her, leave the room. It's sad. I guess death never is, like, happy or anything.
You did well.
What now? Oh. Lieutenant says as soon as you've left the apartment, the balcony feels cool and quiet with a stunning view over the district. What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Right, this is closed then.
Let's go.
I gotta level up for that. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
I'm gonna look at these doors first. Complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home. This is a door to apartment 30. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values
making
their
myself
security.
laugh because I'm thinking of that clip of the dude doing like, what if the Joker could beatbox? Hey, proud owner of an Angel Hernandez jersey. I was looking at that Twitter conversation. Oh. Go ahead and hit an episode with the $5 and we'll call it a stream donation. I got what I wanted. Showing off my prized possession. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for showing off your Angel Hernandez. Oh, hold on. I'll put it. I have to go to Twitter. Me and this person were talking on oh, and follow me on Twitter too. Thank you. I love I love the photo. Okay, this is great. Can I show this on stream? Give me a second. Just gonna freak out if I do this. Yeah, there you go. Look, we were talking about they were making a joke about the MLB umpires, and then I made this comment, and I made a joke about having an Angel Hernandez jersey, and then Canelo's here found a picture of someone on the Angels named Hernandez, and there's a discussion about that. I like this line. He played umpire for the Angels. That's why he's named Angel Hernandez. He's the Angel Hernandez. The California Angels. Ooh, I didn't know this. I guess that's where Los Angeles is. I never heard of them called the California Angels, though. I'm selling. This is my favorite part. Anyway. That's it. Thank you for stopping by. He's who Angels in the Outfield was named after. Yeah, him. And thank you for the follow on Twitch, too. I don't think I've gotten a donation yet. Oh, no. I don't have... Donations don't show up on my OBS, so let me check Streamlabs. Or Stream Elements. Do-do-do. Activity feed. Nope, nothing. I'll let you know. Anyway, thank you for the a very fun little Twitter interaction. I liked it.
Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said that.
Yeah. Let's see if it...
yeah, I guess we'll just talk. Talk about it.
This door, no one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
Looks around, taking the Cold Spring
We
air.
should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Sounds good. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Cool. Alright, I guess now we can try and rhetoric that door open. I'm so curious as to what the heck that'll be. I'm very excited for that. I can talk to Kuno about the bugs too. Do some drugs. The smell of a potato cellar spring emanates from the air vent. Oh.
There. Oh. Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness? That sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
Does that mean there's a communist nearby?
Undoubtedly. And the scent is coming from that railing over there.
You mean from Manana?
Yes. Now's your chance to establish contact. But be easy about it. Communists have been known to charge when startled.
Good to know. And my camera is super fucked up. Awesome. How'd this happen? This should fix it, right? No. Okay, that fixed it. That was weird. That's the second time a camera glitch has happened. Alright. I have items that can increase my rhetoric. I feel like I might. I think I just got one. There you go. You know what? I want the shoes back too. Yeah. Alright.
You're back before the cargo container.
72%.
Its draw has not lessened since you were lost, despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you. A beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello? Is anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face.
Try again.
There's someone in there I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
Oh my god. I rhetoric my way into a door. I love it. Oh my god, you are not kidding about... Real goes up when I get closer to him. Hello?
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions.
How much real do I have?
It seems the laws of physics
15,755,000.
They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Vacancy of his body appears composed, in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Harrier Dubois.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois.
Wow.
I must admit, the name suits you very well.
How'd you become so rich?
Oh lord, not this again.
What's the matter, Kim?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
Poor Kim.
It It's quite alright. I'm used to the question.
That's
by
great.
now.
I love this
To be
game.
blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz.
Hold on, I want to see something. I forgot the Grizzlies were playing tonight, and the game just started. Game hasn't started yet. Never mind.
All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
It's like being an extremely high net worth individual.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level.
Being light-bendingly rich must be so difficult.
But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Cool. I don't even have any interest in your class. Great that you've done so well for yourself, but don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Hundreds?
Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it will all be automated. But my point is this. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him. Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
Or what?
It's a statistical thing. In essence, it says that when an extremely low net worth individual meets an extremely high net worth individual, some of the laws of physics cease to apply.
Are you telling me that you're so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
You seeing this weird stuff?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
We're in Martinez. This is the former capital of the world.
Ah, Revachol. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. I wonder if it's still there. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
So you travel from place to place via a shipping container?
Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, mail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Things all sound pretty nice.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
Now you sorted that out, let me ask you something else.
Go right ahead.
You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money?
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
You're right, that was extremely unprofessional. I apologize.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a civilized man.
So Kim is higher net worth than you, fair enough. I mean, I was passed out in a hotel room with not a dollar to my name. It can't be much harder to be higher net worth than that.
Playing the pity card, are we? Whatever gets us over the moon, baby. I'm your hand to be dealt.
As you may know, us high net worth individuals don't have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another.
Yeah, until you decide to buy Twitter.
Coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Sure you don't have any more? I thought you were a billionaire.
Yes, I'm sure. You know...
His eyes narrow. Light seems to bend more aggressively.
Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment.
Oh my god.
How's that sound?
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Thanks for stopping by.
I don't have anything that can increase conceptualization, right? I do have something that can increase conceptualization.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Let's try it, right? We might as well. Maybe. Never mind. That was an experience. Why not the good one? I don't know. Because the game told me to do the bad one. It's red. Yeah, it's red, which means I can't retry it. You wanna save scum it?
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Congratulations. You've somehow managed to fail at failing, which means, in a strange way, that you've succeeded.
Invest in a youth center.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to teach them practical skills, like teamwork and self-discipline. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
No. You've got to think bigger than that.
One dedicated to instilling liberal economic values in children from low net worth families.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future?
Yes, and if it doesn't work out, you can always repurpose the center as a shopping mall or private equity firm.
When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
Highly educated, work ready, human capital ready to be directed towards any number of your vast
You're
interests.
deep into ultra-liberal territory now.
Huh?
Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities.
I know.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, But to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed? Vodka? Cigarettes?
Bratan, now's your chance to take some time off. Spend it with your good buddy and get absolutely wrecked in the process.
These are quotes. These aren't thoughts to myself. I'm sorry, man. I'm an investor now. I have to stay sober to calculate risks.
What is this shit? Calculating risks? Bratan! The risks you can't calculate are the only ones worth taking!
Give us some
The
thought.
lieutenant looks at you with horror. You've been mumbling to your necktie in a daze for several minutes.
Ah, yes. Now you're displaying it. The eccentricity that becomes a wealthy individual.
If the money saint's visage weren't wrapped in physics-defying light, you'd see his approval. Thank you for placing your unwavering trust in me.
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment, and I expect to see returns.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again. Is he having a stroke?
You alright?
Yes, I'm alright. Can we get going now?
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with? The pleasure was mine. Unfortunately, I must be away soon. The next time we meet, I'll be expecting an update on my investment. Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness.
Got $100 from that. I need to tell my department that I got my badge back. I forgot about that. That was a fun little area. Light-bendingly rich man. When is Kim gonna have us over to meet the family? I don't know. Kim seems like a nice person. Kim would be a good husband. Harry would not be a good husband. Harry would be a fun husband. Or, I don't know. Harry would be a fun husband like 30% of the time. It's a good 30% though.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. Just a...
10-4, come in, officer.
I report that I found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down
You'd have
that
stories
there is
after the
information you
force.
want to use then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer.
Roger
Okay.
that, 10-10, over and out.
Cool. I did it. Oh, I need to talk to Kuno.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
I don't know anything about any missing locusts.
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Now hold on, no one is lame here. Just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage.
Is this about Rage City?
God, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now.
They're gonna make you lame. Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Class act, that one. Oh, wait, sound of melting snow dripping off the roof. It's strange. It's crawling with locusts in
All
here.
around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case.
Lieutenant looks around, writes something in his notebook, and turns
Of
to
the
you.
locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Nothing sarcastic, Kim.
Oh, I'm not being sarcastic at all.
God damn it, Kim.
We are making real progress here.
When someone says they're not being sarcastic, it's usually a good sign that they're being very sarcastic.
You think the Enzelindian phasmid is nearby?
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was
Oh, hydrate, thank you.
The
I got you.
phasmid doesn't
That was
exist.
9 minutes ago. How did I not notice that?
But what do I know?
Sorry about that.
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is impairing your judgment.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Right, Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care?
You're talking with the Elon Musk character. I too would cease all life elongating activity.
Yeah.
the
Kuno took
yeah.
the bugs. So what?
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
Why still locusts? Can you find some other pets?
They're not pets. Don't you know what locusts are? When they come out of the fucking sky. Fucking descendant shit.
Stop!
You stop. It's like they're night. Locusts are like this huge shadow.
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the night city he mentioned when you asked him where he's been.
So that and there is Night City?
Yeah. Locust City. City of rage. City of lights.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
City of Rage sounds like a cool place.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're
an artist. Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
I hear you right. You just said I.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig. I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
Hey, Kuno, it's cool to make art.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
Leaden silence fills the yard.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. So that's what this is about.
Depends on the choices you make, young girl.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation. You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
You need to stop taking locusts from the traps. The cryptozoologists are trying to find something very important. Those locusts are bait.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway.
Windows
Shit's
Defender.
all in now.
Windows
He was
Defender
right.
antivirus did not find any threats since your last summary. Thank you.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
What's gonna happen to the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Ask, what does the city of locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
Okay, now that that's settled, I better be
The
off.
fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Insulindian Phasmid.
He recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Insulindian Phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Classy. Well, that Kuno kid's a real card.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
I had a chat with this kid, Kuno. He promised to stop stealing locusts.
So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take
I don't know
it
Celsius,
easy.
but that doesn't sound good.
You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
That's just something people tell themselves when they fail. There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a Phasmid or admit defeat, people.
I'm too far to quit. I'm gonna restock the trap. Let's do this.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
He wants to see this tale through, as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out after this.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh fractured locust. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but...
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. You'd show them all. This does tingle the pleasure center. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
Alright. What is it, logic? Logic.
It's you again. What is it?
Ow. Still an 83.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Are you so sure Ruby didn't often?
So that's what you were squinting at. You were trying to come up with a theory, weren't you? That she did it.
Yeah, he was cobbling together shit so he could put her away. It's RCM 101.
Well, let old Titus set your mind at ease then. She didn't do it. She was here all night.
Sunday night, 11:30 to 12:15. She was here all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go to the toilet?
No.
The whole 45-minute window. She was with you the whole time.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
This complex operation is probably something illegal.
Oh, I'm getting a message from my Steam. Hold on. Wait, oh. My old this person from like a long time ago messaged me on Steam just now. I'm like, should I answer it? I'll just tell them I'm streaming. Can I turn on Do Not Disturb? Settings. No, wait, hold on. Seriously, how do I turn on Do Not Disturb? Oh. Do Not Disturb. There you go. Perfect. Gamer, thank you, I guess. For forgetting how to turn on Steam settings. Complex operation is probably something illegal.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
We could have gotten to the roof from somewhere inside the whirling. Oh. Well, if anything, you can take it for remembering it. What? What are you talking about?
Nah, the only way up there is through Clausia's room.
Maybe there's more.
What do you mean?
How do you guys know about this place?
We've only been drinking here for what? 6 years? How much do we know?
Been thinking of getting wilding in rats.
What about the gamer?
That is on my ass, boss.
There you go. Tatted on his ass. We know the place.
The locked door in the kitchen, another on the roof. Ever been through those?
No, but that doesn't prove anything.
It's just 2 doors. We're not giving you Ruby for that. She's one of us.
What if those 2 doors are connected, Eugene? Is that your name, Eugene? If they're connected, she could have gone to the kitchen, gone up, shot him on the roof, then come down. All in 5 minutes. How about that?
Yes, she could have. This is one long shot.
I do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
There's a 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Analyze it on the spot. Turns out I can do that.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science call. You're a madman.
Those numbers were an asshole, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He hasn't got shit.
The winch out back on the outer wall of the ruin.
All right, I'll play alone. Those two doors of yours, the winch connects them with some kind of dumb waiter.
What winch? Where's the winch?
On the side of the building. You can see it from the harbor. You want to be a lieutenant, you gotta keep your eyes peeled.
I've seen the winch.
Fuck off, man.
We firmly established where we could have access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly? Try shit on a stick. All you've established is a possible route to the roof that you haven't found. And even then, a route doesn't put that bullet in the Burke's head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
Local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her?
You lost your gun? What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
Is it true?
Sure. Take your sorry ass out of here. Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
This is Revachol. Anyone can get a gun around here. Anyone.
Look, fucko. Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told you every little thing.
This one does not like Ruby. May prove useful.
Clausia said Ruby takes care of things. You don't do that without a gun, Revachol.
She organizes things. She doesn't whack people. That's not the kind of person she is. She's a talker.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn. What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
I didn't say I'd prove she had the worm weapon, just that I need to find her.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hardy. She has to know that.
It's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the
And
cover
I
up.
suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Grimo_VT. Welcome. Fellow VTuber, welcome, I assume. Unless you, I don't know, went to Virginia Tech or something. I don't know what else VT could stand for. It's one of those two. It's a 50-50. Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing murder?
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, Coda, welcome. Another person with VT in their name that may or may not be for Virginia Tech or VTuber. We haven't decided yet. No, just kidding. Welcome, Coda. Of course it stands for VTuber. How was your Valorant stream? Hi, everyone. Thank you for the raid.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
It's something I wanted to say, but I don't know. I'm dumb. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence.
It was alright.
He looks around the room.
Did you win? Did you vow the Orants? That sounds racist. Did you do the Valorants? Where you vow? Valorant's a word, right? Valor, that's the word. We did win. Good job. And we also lost. That happens. Most of the time you don't only win unless you're I was gonna say Alabama, but they lost, so you know. You has won a lot, and Oklahoma softball lost.
The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle
Anyway,
of
yeah,
tobacco smoke
losing is
on his lip.
unsurprising. But winning's cool. It's always better when you win and lose sometimes, but still win. I think tomorrow I'm going to try streaming Valorant over on YouTube. Oh, I would look into, I don't know if you're allowed. I think, no, if you're an affiliate, I think you're fine. I was going to say, maybe it's just Twitch partners that have like a non-competitive contract, but I think if you're affiliate, you're fine. Yeah, okay.
This is the only option.
I remember you said a long time ago you were thinking about YouTube streaming. I don't really care for it though, because all my friends are on Twitch. I'm more used to Twitch. I've been on here for years, so I don't think I'd ever hop ship. Is the only opinion he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of
Twitch partners don't have the
suspicions,
restriction anymore either. Cool.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior.
Either
While
way, I'm gonna go
feeling is
reheat
always
Chinese food because I'm hungry. Have fun. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you. Have fun with Chinese food. What are you? You're probably gone. Right? I was gonna. What are you eating for Chinese food? I saw that picture on Twitter of like the big literally like a cube of noodles. It was like a cube of stir-fry noodles. It was awesome. General Tso's chicken? That's awesome. That's so cool. That's my soundboard. Not but... What the fuck? Hold on. How do I do this? Why is my frickin'... Why am my meme not working? Why is my stream deck not working? What's the problem? There you go. Chicken is great. Chicken is great. I like chicken. Anyway, I wanted to laugh at my own joke. She knew there was evidence on her, and she knew we'd find her. This is typical substitute behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminating.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me.
I'm very late, but happy raid. I'll be lurking. Oh, hi, Diesel. Welcome. Thank you for something back.
Conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
Me as in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
Forget the funny tie, too.
How can I forget?
You and I are going to dance in the moonlight under a billion stars.
I love the necktie.
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
I mean, if you looked at the screen, it's true. They give me a stat boost, though. What can I not? I have to wear it.
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up, like can.
That'd be a human opener, not a human can opener.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having to go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught Pete. But she was too scared.
You have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Oh. You looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There are some shit houses there. A cinder block town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Not much, but it'll do. Go!
It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material.
Just think it.
No, he already is a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are.
Cool. I can put on my normal shoes. I mean my normal clothes now. I like these glasses. And I want this shirt and no hat. Perfect. Alright. Official RCM business. And I can refill the locust pods while I'm over there. Let's go, Kim. We got a murder to solve. Already heading the wrong way. Let's go, Kim. We got a murder to solve. This way. Maria, it looked like normal clothes. That's fair. I just thought the hat was funny. Looked like a trucker's hat.
The locusts aren't doing all too well.
Oh. I gotta go refill the one that had no locusts in it. Don't worry, I try to. Yeah.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
Can I shave yet?
Rise and shine, comrade, despite all the
God damn it. Fucking stop about the communism shit, okay? Stop it.
On the table,
I get
you
it,
see
I
a
get
bowl
it.
of water. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your...
Can't level up electrochemistry anymore. That's not good. Heart emoji. Hubcat says cute emotes.
Our
They're nice.
tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
You know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
What man locked in what woodshed? You need to help her come out.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
I see, you know something. You decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Is this what Shivers was telling me about the floorboards? Yes!
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move the board aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
What's in here?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
Search through it.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Bullet. Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
That bullet go? Weird.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep
Why is
you
there a
up at
bullet under
night.
the floorboards of
What
your shack?
can I... Damn that girl.
She mutters softly.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant. And not a stupid one either.
Ran to the room door?
Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag after a long silence. Her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
She must have heard your Kanema.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Anything else in there?
No.
What's she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cross a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
She looks back to her shack, thinking.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I have a possible explanation in my mind.
Aye. Do tell.
A seagull flies overhead, obviously a bad omen. It's an exit plan.
Exit from what?
Her life.
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
Where'd she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go, then.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
Kim is a funny guy. I have to learn things from him.
The
I love
fell
Ken.
electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She looks around. The air is getting colder.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Can I investigate the bullet?
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
Can take a look at this. It's a jacketed bullet close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Did I sell the gun she fucking murdered the dude with? Hand-eye coordination.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag. You can't remember what happened last week.
Fair enough.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag. You can't remember what happened last week.
That sucks.
What?
Those were two very good chances. Well, one of them was... It was a quarter and a 50-50. That I had a chance and I did not get it.
You see, a once bright mural, a slogan used to intertwine with the loop above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
I feel like I know this place.
Indeed. Somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
Could Ruby be in here?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
I got good shivers. I think I have an item that increases shivers. God ass. These jeans look worn. The wearer must have had an ass given to them by the mighty Lord himself. That beautiful peach-shaped man-ass has imprinted itself so deep in the fabric you can't but wonder if wearing them would start molding your own vague rear side into a more shapely form as well. Wow. Alright, shivers, let's try it.
Mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
What was he even attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen.
Wow,
did not.
Fuck you, Shivers.
And now you're just standing there in the dusk hour with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, tomb drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
He looks behind him at the dark red crumbling box. At the dark red box crumbling across the
Walk
chasm.
the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again.
Alright.
Look where it already got you.
Okay, I won't. I was gonna say, do a coin flip, but the thing's like, you should just go look for stuff first. And I'm like, okay, that sounds right. Come back here, horrific necktie. And then I had something else that was shivers. Oh, my jacket, which already gives.
Good evening.
Looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
Alright. Let's look around for clues. Detective work. Who'd have thought?
Morel's trap. The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When do you think we will return to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation? Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
He doesn't want to, but if there is one more cryptozoological runaround, he must force the investigation back on track. This better be it.
Okay.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another, a host of they stand ordinary collateral. Maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming. A cold behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric, now collapsed and dead, but for some rats. You feel drawn, for some reason, to the faded mural again.
Shivers is cool. I like Shivers. Shivers is a good stat. I'm glad I turned it into my second stat. I need my priority stat.
The once bright mural towers above you. The once bright mural towers above you, saying, suddenly there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What is happening?
She's down there.
I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
The wind told me.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps you can climb it? Enter through the roof?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Jesus. Alright, savoir-faire. You don't like me, and I don't like you. Anything that increases savoir-faire? I want the jeans that give me a fat ass. Wait, what's my current pants do? Oh, immoralist pants. Yeah, give me the fat ass. No, I'll keep the immoralist pants. I like them.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use
Your own Shivers said that Shivers is good.
However,
yeah.
they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
What does that mean?
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
I don't climb. What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
It is a thing for me. I can't remember it's not a thing.
That's not how physics work, detective. And even
That
if it
hurts,
were,
right?
wouldn't you need some kind of apparatus? A teleportation field or...
What are they talking about?
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Who's Tiago? Let's do it. 83%.
On second thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing. Because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is happening. The lieutenant looks at you with that "I know you're thinking the stupid thing" look as you grow tired of clenching your buttocks and give up.
An 83% chance. Oh.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the
I
fell
wanted
building?
to teleport.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in there?
At first, you can't make anything out in the darkness at all.
Yeah,
As your
that's-
eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the... Behind.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around...
The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here. A maintenance door.
Well, I might as well try,
Behind
I guess.
the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut.
Like it. This out.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and half sunken. You and the lieutenant lean all your weight.
Let's take a breather and try this again later. It's very tough.
Oh, Tiago's the crab man? Oh, thank you. Oh my god. I'm so mad that I didn't get that savoir-faire roll. Maybe I can ask Tiago again. There's a slit in the concrete here.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Any idea what's down there?
Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby down there?
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
Not in there?
I hope not.
Oh.
There's no echo and no answer.
I'm so mad I failed that savoir-faire check. I don't know how to up my cat. I guess I could talk to, what's her face? About it.
Our tenant, what more do you want to know? Yes, let's...
Alright, I'm gonna talk to maybe drugs. Okay, I saw that loading screen tip that was like, use drugs to increase your limit. But I don't know what drugs to use. I guess I could try and take, I got an idea. I know. I know where I can find some drugs. I can steal them from Klasia. Oh wait, this guy has drugs, right? Doesn't he? Go into the door, please.
If you don't mind, please put the flag...
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged.
Sorry about that.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Try it once and I like it.
Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut.
Of course. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter.
I have hobbies, just like all normal people, because I'm a normal person.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply otherwise. But it's been a while since I've gone hunting for the Coldima Madakwa myself.
You have Preptide or a speed bottle?
Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't. This was before. You know, I'm not sure. I wasn't even sure about our old recordings, which I no longer.
Do we really have time for this?
All right.
Okay. I know where to get speed. That sounds... In the video game, I know where to get speed. I'm not taking illicit drugs in real life. That sounds even worse than I'm trying to deny it. Look, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna stop talking. I don't do drugs. Twitch. Look me in the eyes, Twitch. You're not gonna ban my channel. Done nothing wrong. The video game.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs, plus an old toothbrush, and pill bottles rattle like bones as you search. The lieutenant glances at the rows of pills. There it is, the orange sun wearing blister pack.
Interfacing. Alright, well, I might have something that's putting interfacing down. No, I don't.
This medicine cabinet is... There it is, the orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic for it. Silently,
yes!
The bottle slides into your palm. Then, as you turn, into your pocket. Feels so sleek and beautiful. You got it. Here...
Alright.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect.
Wait, Kim is here. Let me just find.
See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. Speed can help you with that. And, Kim, it can help you with everything. You raise the Preptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose.
Mamma mia!
Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity, your little heart pounding. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind, of course. You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case. File some papers. Maybe clean up your hostel room. Then solve another case. Then start a side investigation into the paranatural. Then build a radio computer. Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco. Time for a little truth. Tell the lieutenant you did some. Clear the air. to this. You kidding? There are downsides to not be. There are massive downsides. It's a potent neurotoxin. You're turning yourself into a frayed idiot.
Kim, I did a little speed. I hope you don't mind. It was for professional reasons.
I'm not your mother. I don't care. Do what you have to do.
As long as you remain functional, he thinks. Spring. Everything is clear around.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a speed button. Speed gives +1 to motoric skills. Perception, reactions.
Yeah, I can level up Subway Fair now. Alright. It has sad written all over it. Reminds you of your own. I already have the subwoofer thing on. Yeah.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging.
That upgrades subwoofer. No. Alright. Let's do it. Had an 83% chance before, now it's gotta be even higher, right? Sometimes you gotta do drugs to get what you want, kids. That's the lesson you should learn from this stream. Let's teleport, yeah. Let's do it. Oh, I was at the hotel. I could have told. Oh, I'm gonna go back. Fuck it. I'm dumb. I could have talked to what's her face about the trap. The Insulindian Phasmid. No, you're not dumb. You're in drugs. Yeah. That's all. The speed made me too excited to do stuff for your husband.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
Probably for the best. It's awfully cold out there in the reeds.
I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. A young person's game, as they say.
Her voice is shaky. What is going on here?
Who's gonna check the traps?
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
Something tells me it's up to me again.
No, you don't have to do that. Enough of this fool's errand. Morel will do it. Or Gary. You have work to do. I've wasted enough of everyone's time.
Be real. Gary is not going to help with this.
We'll take care of it.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
You know what's wrong? You seem different.
Different? How?
Answering a question with a question, for example. Defensive isn't her usual style.
You're on the back foot.
I'm in doubt, sweetie. That's all. Everyone is now and then.
You're in doubt about what?
It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
And when a police officer asks, you must answer.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream? Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not.
But Morel told me you'd seen it.
He's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
You saying you made it up?
No, at least I don't think I did, but Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the phasmid's existence. That I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That, and for years his belief made me believe too.
That I am a queen, an extraordinary witness to grace.
But now, we're both getting old and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
Hand? I need something good here.
All qualities these two seem to share in abundance.
Wrong or not, a relationship with Morel isn't just about the phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Knowing when I think about stuff like women in marriage, I feel bad. When I think about you and Morel, I feel okay. That counts for something, no?
Oh, of course it counts for something. But we've had our hard times too. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists, if I didn't tell him that story...
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
He'd still be into you. That's not how these things work.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must stop talking about it lest I start crying and waste more of your time. What you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
Thing is, you're not sure you made it up either.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it, you know. The real memory. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
You do that. I'll check the traps one more time.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel.
You sure you don't need help getting Gary's?
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. and then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
I want to find the bug for them. I know. Do you have your address just in case in the news?
Okay, it's 1113 Tabernacle Road. Jamrock, but...
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
It's been a pleasure, man.
Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even though it turned out to be a
waste of time. A dream. A fool's hope. Say her lips moving in silence. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, the cold, coastal wind blows.
We should go to...
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes the felled building, rattling dusty windows, beckoning with strange coldness. To ask the wind once more.
Let's go.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. A few lie on their backs with their legs twitching. Still, no phasmid. Poor things.
This? Oh, I could have just gotten drugs there.
Yes.
Nice. Cool. I love drugs. Don't take that out of context.
A few locusts trudge. Poor thing.
Are all of them gonna be like that?
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
One more trap. I think. I forget what the last one is. I know where it is. It's way up north. These phasmid, right?
Just dead and dying locusts, and the slow swaying of surrounding reeds. Poor things.
Sad. Well, Some mysteries are meant to be unsolved.
An old door.
Oh. No Phasma. I hope that those two get marriage counseling. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, Savoir Faire, don't fail me now.
The rusty ladder leads to the roof. The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is... Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Okay, well, that's impressive, but...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I did it. Don't gloat, just stand there
You
like
know,
a Sumerian
for the
master.
record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice.
My dreams get realized.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Entry beam support has been destroyed by artillery fire. I teleported up there. I did it. Glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. I just teleported. Yeah, I did it. I gamered up there. You should take out your flashlight. Good advice. That's where I just came from. Oh wait, is there? No, that's the stairs. Never mind. Thought there was a note on the floor. There might. Hold on. Let me check. Oh, there is a note on the floor. Oh, it's a postcard. Brought down and forgotten so long ago. The return table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Old files, folders in the cart, documents silvery with mold.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
These are computer components?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
How'd they do that and why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
On. And there's Kim.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while. Its It's much easier from this side. The panels on the rails slide once you dust the sand off. With the help of your partner, from the other side, the doors open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Beam with a flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Steel fabric smelling dust. No one slept here in months. Years even. Yeah. Then she probably getting down the bunk bed. Ancient flowers and brochures. Pots and plates are full of dust and spiderwebs.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Wonder, who's K. Mazov?
The man in the portrait looks back at you, silently. He knows who he is, but he isn't telling.
Who's K. Mazov?
Well, my amnesiac friend. Mazov is the father of scientific communism. His theories about economic history greatly influenced, some would even say sparked, the anti-centennial revolution.
So this must be the hiding place of some naive leftists?
Yes, some radicals were hiding out here, but left a long time ago.
All these secret weapon caches.
We
and
have
secret
found
bunkers.
a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off.
Gonna make
The
me
full
cough,
head
isn't
of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Same slit window you saw from outside. Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appears to be more worn than the others. Something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. On collapse, you have to find another way around. Getting louder, the buzzing sound.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
Pain. Strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Saw them too. Footprints of the right soul, worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We met the Union leader, but haven't got any info from him. Maybe we should talk to him more first.
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands, but...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Just knows about the mortar, but I may have other things to discuss with her.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
Suddenly remember, running the serial number on the victim's
You
arm.
think we should finish running it now?
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us here?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
I should get my gun. This sounds like a point of no return, right? Thanks, Kim. I think I'm gonna have to talk to that union boss to get my gun. I don't remember who. Hold on. Give me a bit. Also, not sure if advancing to the next day will, like, cause bad things to happen. So I guess I could save and then it auto-saved, right?
Hello, hello. Sure thing. My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just...
Sure, man.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the...
There's money up there. Nope.
Mr. Dubois, a fantastic change of heart, Harry. Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss?
Remember that container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega-rich light-bending guy inside.
Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
He can get in anywhere.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
I'm telling you he's there.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
For God's sake, you're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry. Mr. Dubois. Yes, yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale.
Okay. Let's go open a door. I just want my gun. I don't want to shoot. I want to shoot someone. No.
Hold on, wandering man. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
I don't know. Said it belonged to a weasel.
Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
I'm only doing this for political reasons.
So the none of the above type, are you? I get it. I like what you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized.
Okay, but where did you get it?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person? When I'll get home?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Okay. Behind the whirling in rags. Got it. Then I can sleep in the morning. Sleep till morning. And hopefully no one will be dead by then. Back here. I'm done. Meat. Yum. I could go for some meat right now.
The door has braved the elements for decades. Someone is moving around in the apartment. You hear the tenant must be cleaning up. That means you're too late. Nothing more to do here. Better report back to Everard. As you turn to leave, you hear footsteps on the other side. Yes, someone's definitely home.
We should leave and go talk with Everard. Tell him what happened, that we couldn't open the door. Maybe there's a workaround.
Cool. Should've stayed in the damn sauna. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours. Almost every one of my Disco Elysium streams has been 5 hours, and it's all like 5 hours is where I start feeling weird and not wanting to play the game anymore. I just get bored and start skipping through text. So I hope we wrap this one up soon. I'm hoping we do this one quest, I get my gun back, and then we can go see where Ruby is. She's in there. I know that the blue dot's gonna tell me about communism.
Mr. Dubois, you fucked up. You waited too long, the weasel came back, and now you can't open the door I asked you to open. Everard forgives, Harry. Don't cry, my boy. It's gonna be all right. I'm still gonna tell you about the murder. That's just the way I am. Benevolent.
Fucking weasel.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
This game is fun. This game is fun.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that?
PMC. No, I'm just
Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. About my fun container, it's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. All hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy. The one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Whole neighborhood's in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood. Making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again.
So these idealists killed our victim?
He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea.
Aren't you worried we might
This is all
arrest
stuff
them?
we already
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested.
Uncertainty belies his boast, so he doesn't want to counter with a narrative that exonerates the Union. But why?
So they shot him?
He was shot.
How odd. What I do
This is all
know
information
is,
I already know
was
about.
it a good talk? I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
I'm more left than you
You're
are.
saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper. And perfectly... But the good news is, the moment you...
The lieutenant's okay, fine.
Yes, yes. My best men are tracking it down. Some kids saw some other kids running away with it. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it...
I didn't even get anything out of... Okay. I didn't even get anything out of fucking getting my gun. I'm disappointed. Is this the... Yeah. Wait. This one. I'm disappointed. I'm just gonna ignore that whole quest line then. Okay. Let's do it then. I thought I would get my gun from that. Oh well. Okay, what's this? I did not check this. Have you finished the phasmid task? Yeah. There's nothing there. We went over this. Or I need to report. No, she left. She's gone. I finished the phasmid task. As if the city gifted it to you to keep you safe.
Hear that? Magnesium. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
There's a lot of magnesium in me?
And it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish. You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. Yes, if you want to live, just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium and excessive coffee. You should stop drinking coffee. It wreaks havoc on your gut.
Thank you, electrochemistry. I'll keep that in mind. Keep doing the drugs, quit the coffee.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
It's not good.
It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now, Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield your stern focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
What's happening?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
This is goddamn pale anyway.
Pale? It's the end of the world.
How'd you get your hands on this
I built
thing?
it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
You experienced a compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, can you turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise. God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She stopped reluctantly out of shadows. Pain lessons.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How do you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way. Isabel, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Laylee?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, He wouldn't have broken first.
Classio was the first to share suspicions.
I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Do by asking questions. I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Do you have any alibi for when Laylee was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There was 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
Did you say that Laylee was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Did you feel protective of the
Yeah,
Union?
sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard. I have other
I'm
questions.
listening.
You have a gun.
And?
Where'd you get it?
The gun store.
What gun
Triggered
store?
Happy Jacks.
Doesn't sound like the real name of the store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
You collect guns, maybe old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
I can't quite tell what kind of gun it is.
Knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
That merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the whirling would have heard the shot downstairs.
See, it's a front loader. You have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Huh? There's other evidence I want to ask you
Yeah,
about.
evidence.
Do you leave any flowers for Cassie on the
No.
roof?
Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
These weren't flowers, they symbols of
So
revolution.
now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Cassie was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Didn't leave Maybells.
No, I did not.
Let's take a step
Yeah?
back.
Where?
More questions before doing anything.
We killed the merc that wasn't
How
you.
should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened? Sunday night. Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Cassie said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you manage to come up with a plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Showerhead, resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
You think she killed Laylee herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
You did kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre?
Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon. His human can opener.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Very, very. This cop suffers.
Damn it! I need to go get health items. Oh, and health points of resilience. Don't. Yeah. Ugh. I guess I can run around if I'm already hot. It's gonna be awkward to listen to all that dialogue again. Whoops. It happens. Yep. I might have to rest for the night or something. But I don't want to. I think I can buy stuff at the... Oh no. Corner store. Maybe, hopefully. That'd be nice if I could. I have 8 mental healing items, but no fucking...
You see several. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. A colorful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. No, Frit only sells legal.
A small cabinet on the wall.
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste Okay, 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 here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
There you go. Now I have healing items.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here. I hope okay, here. I hope Saint
I hope Saint... Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint... Okay, here. I hope Saint... Okay, okay, here. Good stuff. Okay. Here. Hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better. What was the red check? I think it was like physical instrument, right? Put on. I like my horrific necktie. I've had the fucking Metal Gear Rising soundtrack stuck in my head since I played it, excuse me. You know what I should do? I should do another drunk stream. That was fun. It was a good time. Okay, yeah. You think I have enough healing items? 9 plus.
Suddenly, your entire body is packed. It's like a...
I know you can't say it's a pleasure, officer.
The voice coming through the world doesn't wish to hurt you. Not a... That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield your... Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm using a pale...
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude signals are relayed across...
So?
Precisely. At the upper limit is...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one.
The pale? I built it my...
That's a...
Oh, yeah. Wait. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it up. Yeah, let's not...
So she thinks of you as hunters.
If you've got... God damn it, fine. If you really want to talk, I...
The gun she's... Well, it doesn't feel much better. But just keep her talk. There's only 3 meters. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions.
It's pain threshold, not...
Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages. And so you...
Her tone is bitter.
So...
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
I was.
That's her admitting.
No, I did. Who ratted me out, by the way? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. Oh.
A dull despair.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? Like what?
The strong moral compass.
I'm just clicking all the stuff I already saw.
Opportunity to make a case for her son.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't... Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate him.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean...
No one takes a...
Look, fuck you, man. I'm a... And? The gun store. Trigger Happy Jack. What did you think? That I'm going... Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No. This is such a wipeout.
A knocked away a...
That isn't...
That merc was probably shot from a distance with a...
No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah. Evidence. No. Gifts, so now I'm leaving. I never did No, I did not. Yeah?
More questions before do.
How should I...
Those rings are...
Police radio?
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She's refusing.
It's okay.
All right. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerve. No, she asked...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? Yeah. She asked me to help her Yeah. As I keep telling you...
But...
War? Fuck it. I'm not responsible. I saw you roll into town. Yes. You.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
What's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I call bullshit! You're too crazy to be corrupt!
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time.
You're in good track for your gun before?
All of this just means that you're effective.
I don't know what
Criminals
that means.
know you and are scared of you.
No one's injured. I don't know who Pucha Madre
Right.
is.
Sure, you don't know.
Sure, I'm supposed to know, but I lost my memory
Yeah,
recently.
sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What'd you do to this Madre anyway?
You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally. Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the whirling, or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstam. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Friction.
The plot thickens.
Don't leave me here! Please delete!
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
You know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
Communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer. The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer to the compressor. Feels like your brain is swelling up in your skull.
There. I told you it's best not to move.
Just try not to collapse.
I know this isn't very fun for you, so
Damn.
let's wrap this up. You have a tribunal to attend.
You know something about the tribunal? The mercenaries?
Tribunal is an awfully fancy word for what they're going to do. But yeah, I was listening to their frequency. They finished their investigation. Now they're gonna put on a show before meting out punishment. Even though those assholes gave me up, I'm worried for the boys. And you. Watch out for yourselves. You seem to have a habit of walking into traps.
Playing a separate trap for
I'm
us?
guessing you don't know that a third mercenary has come to town just in time for the tribunal. Now you do.
3 mercenaries, no doubt armed to the teeth, hungry for vengeance. You've only got muzzle loaders. This isn't looking good.
A third. Oh, this is bad.
As I said, watch out.
The pain is becoming unbearable now.
You can't take it anymore. Just go.
Glad to have been of assistance. Best of luck to you, officers. Revishal's a bitch.
The woman runs past you, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
All things considered, it could have gone worse.
Shouldn't we go after her?
No, I don't think she did it. She's someone else's case now.
It's too late now, anyway. She's gone.
What now?
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. Her tent. Maybe there's something in there.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal, a trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About two-thirds, the large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Kinds of
Hard
logistics.
to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What's she write about the day Laylee died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
About La Pucha Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th
Great.
first.
M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Am I sure this is a mistake? Look at me.
Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. That must have been one hell of a conversation.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
She didn't do it, then maybe it's a good thing we
I
didn't catch her.
wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Who is La Puta Madre?
The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing in drug production and trafficking. A very bad person.
Who do you think killed the merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
But no one heard a shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. Let's be careful, though. The tip she gave us about the tribunal was disturbing.
Call your station to find out, if you dare. I dare. I go to sleep is the question. I guess I can savor it before.
I'm afraid we don't have time for rest.
Oh. Well, that answers that question. Mercenaries talk got me thinking. What do you got? What if I killed him? What if the sexy twist I was trying to convince Kim of was totally right?
Stop. Now. It is time.
After the tribunal? It sounds ominous.
It is.
What am I supposed to do?
Arm yourself with anything you can. Unless you have nothing. Because you didn't find your lost gun, then just walk to your death. I can talk you out of it, whatever it is. You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
Not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get
Hey,
hurt.
Undies VT, welcome
We
to the stream.
need to talk this.
Okay. I am right at the end of this game. I should say, fish appetite, add the filet of fish sandwich to your menu. Sounds good. Undies VT, I feel like I recognize that name. I think I've seen it. I think you've followed me a long time ago. If you're... First of all, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. If you're playing Disco Elysium, I'm literally right at the end of this game. So, and this is a story-based game. So, you know, be warned. if you don't want to get spoiled for... You're not late, you're fine. I just meant, like, if you don't want to get spoiled for this game, then I wouldn't watch. So I'm just giving everyone a little warning. But thank you for the raid. How are you? What were you streaming? I'm killing time to give people to leave if they don't want to watch the stream. Because they don't want to get spoiled or something, I don't know. How'd everyone do? What were you streaming, Undies? I need to make a shout out command. Doing pretty good, dang good. Got absolutely nothing done in Breath of the Wild, but I had an absolute blast. Breath of the Wild is definitely one of those games where you don't always need to be making progress, and sometimes it's just fun to explore the world. I love that game. That's a fun game. Love when your skills agree with me, but I'm not sure how I feel that it was inland. What if you need the gun now? I was thinking the same thing, Inland. Yeah, no, Inland Empire is cool, but boy, do I not want Inland Empire to tell me something's wrong. Makes great chatting streams. It does. It's good to just explore around. Breath of the Wild's like the perfect like ADHD game of just like, oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this for 6 hours straight? It seems like a great stream game. Alright, I'm gonna continue the game.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
Jesus.
This is the mercenary at the gates.
Yep.
His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous. Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just
Remember
return to your
reason I'm
unit
too
and
scared
forget
to
all
try
about
Genshin
this.
though? Well, Genshin's different because that game's designed to take your money to be 80 or I don't know. Gacha games creep me out. Sorry.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
I think that's the lady who took my gun.
We should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Ex-Love Live Addict here, so I get ya. I'm ex League of Legends skins addict, so I get scared by microtransactions. I'm a gacha gamer, I don't recommend gacha games.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Wow.
Peaceful.
Sounds like the armored figure is weeping. That's a cool design.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Ma'am, that's me.
Fuck, she was right. That must be the third mercenary.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
I had time. What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
I had time. This is...
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Big one is mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Stop. This is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
No lad who spent his entire college tuition on League skins. Woof. I'm just reminded of that story that I saw on 4chan of this guy spending like his rent money on fake Go polls and didn't even get the person that he wanted because he heard there was some glitch that you could like get a refund. I don't know.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
That's good.
Pig fuck!
It's the only word you can make out. Doesn't sound calm. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists.
Oh, thank you for the follower. Follow Millennium Drew.
Between these men.
Or W, I guess, according to my stream.
Weapons. You really, really should have a gun in your hand by now. Or something dangerous. This feels scary. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out. Get under
I'm
his
scared
skin.
too, Kim. I'm scared too.
Peace.
Kim.
Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Listen, they ain't doing it.
Who did
It was someone else. I just need a little time to figure this out.
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church. Chase some dumb drug trader. I saw you.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
It was someone else. Someone who's not here.
How
now.
fucking convenient.
You shot from great distance. A sniper did
You
it.
think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
He was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown
Jesus.
over her head.
I want to lay down for now, so I
crashing
hope
a
you have one
small
worse to the
pane
stream.
of
Thank you.
glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
This question: who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel?
I am a Cornell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
So you're the highest ranking of the three among you?
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
What's the highest ranking colonel?
King Reaper. You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
So 58 isn't sure. Brought back up from out of town.
Oh yeah, that's rude. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
Was that rude?
Rip you open.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
Jesus.
T, let's fucking do it.
Wild Pines rep did not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Dangerous.
Yes, perfect.
Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you, a major?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
Did I get disconnected from the stream or something? Did my stream go down? Hello? Okay, hold on. Twitch yelled at me and said, "Welcome to the chat room." I'm wondering if, Oh no, my stream's still up. You're fine. Okay, perfect. Weird.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Corti, Cortiner, Major Raoul Corti, Cortiner, friends with Lely. Raoul and Lely.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
He had blue eyes, didn't he? Your colonel.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Listen, you're Laley. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
What do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kid tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laley was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Colonel did not deserve to go out like that. I promise. I will find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
This did nothing. You think you were onto something? You just wasted time. Please, act.
Where's Classia? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Classia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Gart, what the hell are you doing?
What am
here?
I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost? She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment's impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. What's that, loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your mouth full of dick. Rude.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to overshoot. A full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction faster than he can. The shot rings and you stop.
Nope.
Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder.
God, please.
Lieutenant says quietly without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
This went about as poorly as it could have gone.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. Your familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything.
Stay with me. Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him, a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Oh, Kim.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have you been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
This jacket, Kim, you took it off.
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
What'd you say, sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
What happened?
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The major gave the command.
What happened then?
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it...
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
This is dead?
Yes.
They only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
And the major.
He's in a private hospital across the river. Colonel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured. We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
And that's...
All.
The total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see. You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't that
I
strange?
called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd. You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Better not agitate. Excuse me, yourself further. It already hurts.
Sorry.
Not my station, then who treated
I
me?
did.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Can you? You're pretty sure you can't.
You hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I try to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me. Easy now.
Lieutenant turns double again. For your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter.
Fair enough. What happens now?
I
Kim?
honestly don't know.
I don't know either.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Fucking Maybells, Kim the Flowers.
What?
This one.
Every
remember.
piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
No, Kim. Every piece of garbage in the city is connected.
Okay.
No.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
Still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I can't believe they're fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
And I think solving you know anything about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
Not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
I'm sure not limping. Well, that went about as bad as it possibly could have. Oh, no, I didn't go as bad as it possibly could have, but it went pretty damn bad. You don't run, it'll be okay. It's so weird to me that running is actually a thing in this game.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Lieutenant tests the dirt with his finger. Drawn taut, rebounds
A
instantly.
ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
Does she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
This is her way of saying she's sorry.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
This is also a location we have yet to roll
So
out.
it is.
For a second he seems tired.
And we need to go to the island?
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
What else is there?
Not a lot, no.
Going to the island, you in?
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Leon, the net picker. He's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
How long have we been shooting for? 5 hours? I want to see how this ends. Jesus,
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That ruby of yours? Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and ruby-centric in the end. Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash? Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
No one has mentioned hearing the shot.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Well, the bullet didn't have to come from the roof, it could come from anywhere on the coast.
Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window. That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof, lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
Harassing who? Glacier? She's not still there, is she? No.
Yes?
Hey, look at the fucking... There you go. Ah. I should have trusted Drama. I thought Drama was lying to me.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Like Cindy the Skull finally wound words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Smell heavy fuel
and
oil.
Blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to set that on fire? That's a terrible idea. Maybe it's the point. Boy, I really fucked the pooch on this case, huh? Now I'm starting to feel like the washed-up detective.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I wanted to talk to you about something else, your boat.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire
I think it's the
on
point
Rue
to be
de Saint-Hilaire.
flammable. Don't take me seriously though.
It's
I'm like
nothing
in
to
the
be
Empire
worried
it
about,
seems.
madame.
No, I meant like, why would I set it on fire? I don't know. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
You need to go to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
It's sunshine. I just got bacterial infection. It's on that island. Nothing, just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortifications there before the war, from the Carmyards. Anti-aircraft gun, I think. On to bits and landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steer clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Because art.
Be my guest. They've a strange way of... I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff. to get
Please
there
be
then.
conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a
And that iron,
It's that one. I need to know what's there.
that's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Any shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Mention anything? Something about lights.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live
No,
there?
he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Oh, he used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Hate walking.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death, but still.
A skiff with once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
I don't know. Might as well. Of course.
Want to be free.
YOLO. I've already fucked the pooch so hard, I can't. That's the second time I've used the phrase fuck the pooch in this stream. I already screwed up so bad. How worse can it get? This is a nice little song.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Makes your breath. Fallen's powerful enough to break the foundation. Where's the chains trail off into
The
the ocean?
chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot mines in.
Yes, so it seems.
What do you think
For
it's used
bringing
for?
munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Tension. Inflammable. Fuels look at the barrel. Black and viscous. Linger trace of mezit in the air.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Is that fluttering?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the
On the islet, there is almost no wind under the rain quietly falling on the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. The soft raindrops, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Raindrops fall on water, strangely quiet, forming circles in the distance. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A drop of rain falls on a black log of an extinguished campfire, called a mamadakwa.
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away. Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
That's how quiet it
I
is.
have. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant nods in.
Okay. That can't be good.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
This is the
Insulindian
ICM.
Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
White Star?
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Freighter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Why'd I do that? Exactly. There you go.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut eye.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
That's not good. I guess
Sleep.
it's not bad. Sleep. him? Lieutenant? Hello? What's going on here? Oh. Lieutenant? It's gotta be around here somewhere. Go down the chain, there's something there. Chain. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Here? That's why. Up here? Walk in the water now. See your footprints on the water. Further.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back? How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality? Aren't you already wearing one?
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway. Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Dying in a ruined flag tower. Blood's dripping down my chest.
God, Harry. You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore. If you keep going like this, you'll...
This is everything I always warned you about.
Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
Excuse me.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
I don't have time to tend to my emotions.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
It's fully inside.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into...
You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
You need to say for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Not a very good way for things
It's
to
not.
be.
But
Only there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Maybe. I think I've reached the end of the investigation.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
Looks you straight in the eye. Her iris is a light blue, flecked green.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
20 years? That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
So you felt that way once, that you cannot live without me?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Innocent Dolores Day. I'm so sorry I made you
It's
sad.
okay.
Doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again?
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is
This game's
now?
sad.
We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
I can do better.
I don't know. Please.
Why can't we be together? Okay, I have other questions for you.
I can't answer your other questions, Harry. Not anymore.
I get the feeling you're not
I
ready.
have to go.
Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
My wife.
No, Harry.
We were married. You wrote me the letter I threw away.
Not married. We were engaged then. Living in a little house on the outskirts of central Jamrock. Past the lake that formed when a mainline pipe burst in the early 20s. At the end of a street called...
It opens up in front of you with cracked asphalt and maple leaves brushing your feet. Halos of street lights hang above you. Hunched shadows carry grocery bags home. The lights are on in the little matchbox on the corner.
Voyager Road.
Voyager Road 21A. It was so long ago. It was 1,000,000 years ago, Harry. No, 100 million years ago. I loved you more than you will ever know. I loved you more than anyone has ever loved anyone. But it is gone now. Nothing came of it. No children. Nothing built. We live in the coldest of all possible worlds, Harry. Orbiting the most distant star. It is agony. Sheer agony. How bad I have to go to the aerodrome.
Get it. I get it. You have to go to the
I
aerodrome.
really, really, really have to go there. No human being in the history of the world has ever had to go to the aerodrome as much as I have to go there now. You see, Harry, I have to go there even more than I used to love you. And that's saying something.
I thought if I threw the damn letter away, it would help.
It doesn't look like it did, Harry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wrote you any letters. I was too young then.
You're the ex something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the ex thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who, everyone?
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What? She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
Just an evil ape. We're all NFTs.
You don't have to hate the world. Can't you see how kind and beautiful everything is? I don't have time to deal with your pessimism. There are so many people at the stop at this hour. They're all going to the aerodrome.
Beautiful world. Beautiful aerodrome.
See?
The weight is you and your hate.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists. With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
Not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
That's fucked up.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
That's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hand out her chest and under her lower stomach and smiles.
I'm pregnant.
Is it mine?
Of course not.
She looks down at her belly, then up in your old
I
eyes.
terminated yours. Don't you remember?
Jesus.
You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
More questions. Ask more.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
What? I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to do this.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Oh, I see you again.
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young.
Jeez.
And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago.
But this is so intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe this isn't a good stream game that I shouldn't have recommended for my friends. And maybe it's actually super fucking depressing, and boy, video games. Well, I guess we know what happened to Harry's wife.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds.
Just spit out the blood and go back to work. You're badass like that.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers.
Man, the tonal whiplash from Metal Gear Rising to this game,
from the
boy.
20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Deranged commie ranting.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Critical theory brokes. What do you think that means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Ah.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
This open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Cool.
After you. Don't worry. I have a gun. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I don't have a gun.
Extra good that I do.
You're awesome. But it's interesting. I don't know. I guess that comment was about me saying it's not a stream game. Yeah, it's a good game. It's just, boy, is this different than wacky, zany Metal Gear Rising. All white flowers blossom all around you. Rorodinji. It's deflated, broken.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
You the fire guy?
The what now?
Nothing.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
You closed the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled. Spelled poorly. Spelled wrong. The generator. Then use the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
The Bob McGraw?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
I'm with the police. You can keep the gun. Keep it down. Not one move.
No.
Oh.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
As he said, it's Trigon, made in
It
Sinyao.
doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 446.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen.
In 4 days.
Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
On this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
And you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
It's insane.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl, child, revolution?
Always.
I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Nazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
This reaction.
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Yeah, I'll have a tiny bourgeois person that's trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little. He does not believe a police officer is genuinely revolutionary.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room, did you?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Know what?
That the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. Black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place? This island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was he used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
Have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
The choice. You could have become self-employed, create the system. Fuck you.
Supplies, vegetables, collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
Ops once more. Puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
TRCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get here between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
The weapons cache under St. Gislain 22B. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They're damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Who you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers.
Sad.
I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing. The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said that this is your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Coalition appointment. We just try to help
You're
people.
the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Never signed the Revolutionary instrument of surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
So you're a communist soldier from the Communist Party?
No, I
Army?
am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
Big stretch.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world.
What have you been using?
It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
I know you want to tell me. You killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't
Fuck
listen
you,
to me.
suggestion.
I'm wrong all the time.
You're right. You're totally wrong all the time. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of a security contract colonel?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the rolling rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Hit yourself on the side of the head.
Here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself.
Officer, a word?
Jesus for a minute. Almost there. Just something on a few more punches.
Almost where? Almost ready to bleed to death.
No, come on. A word. Let's go. I think we may have this. From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
Trying to get him to
Yes,
confess.
good going. That should be our first priority.
Just slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
How do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
He doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight and he'll do the rest himself.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more in this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag
hydrate. I
bearing
got
the
you.
RCM stamp.
Still have a skill point. I should not have put stuff into empathy and endurance and pain threshold. I can't bump up hand-eye coordination either. Unfortunate. Firing slit. Can't see inside. It's been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. This is the sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. Which is broken. Ross is eating what remains of the chain.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe with a bottle in your hand.
No. I don't need to just go walk into the water. Be careful not to fall through and get ice. Why not? Walk into the water. It sounds fun. Not gonna do that with an already infected leg wound. Seems like a terrible idea.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange. The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent.
Fair enough.
The greasy old spring mattress lies.
Yes, anytime.
You don't have to be a hero.
Go on, health. Points into endurance. I'm looking for a place to shoot from.
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Man, I'm glad Kim's still alive.
Soft. This old cylindrical generator waits.
Okay, inspect the gun.
Minions of capital. What do you paint?
Exposure. Red check or white
Minions of
check?
capital. What do you want? Pretty.
A drop of blood. That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
You lost, Dwat. You lost.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition.
Easy.
For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Dross, are you on some kind of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
You on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled. A drop of blood, that's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
None of your corporation have got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your musketeer pistols. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
I'll change the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Calling it, we have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
There are Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
A young woman called Classia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers are behind her window.
Classia.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
You hadn't heard the name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? You had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
Turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. And the muscles in his jaw twitch, spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe 2.
You're lost, Dwat. You're lost.
Locations, I guess. Where could the shot have come if not from the roof? I don't know, where could the shot have come from if not for the roof? Oh. Pain in the pelvis makes you wince, and then you continue. Inside the fortress, make out the console and the blast door. Oh, the supply this chain is long gone from the coast. Weather artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Rochelle.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Morteri.
Like the ones you found on Land's End, remember?
Yes, this guy gets around.
And an empty can of beans.
That embrasure, what can you see through it?
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
In between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I can make the shot.
I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Why you come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress.
He doesn't have a scope, though. On his rifle. drugs. Maybe you should save. Sure.
Minions of capital. Pretty bull.
A drop of... That's right. Pile it all on him now.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascies for fascists. Done his part.
The fascies? You're admitting killing him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
The twitch. And one more. One in his right eye.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
You shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
I almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eyes. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at him that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side and turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
He You pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Specifically, been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
At all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex
Jesus.
with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Mentioned the Union and Social Democrat. Mr. Clare is a farce of a Social Democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Hey, Gord, welcome. I'm gonna give the same warning that the other person I gave to the other person who raided me. This is a very story-driven game. Thank you for the raid, first of all. I saw you. Were you doing that Deep Rock Galactic game still, or was this are you playing a different game? I warned Raid about spoilers, but hey, okay. I'm just gonna say again, this is a very narratively driven game, and I'm very, very close to the end of it. So, you know, if you're planning on playing this, probably shouldn't watch. But if you're not, or I don't know, it's good. Anyway, hi Raiders. We're on LD Reldy. Okay, LD Ring, LD Reldy. Salem got me to call it LD Reldy, and now I can't stop calling it LD Reldy. Nice. That's a fun game. Oh, hi, Chatter. See you in the Gord's chat occasionally. Welcome, everyone. Anyway, so if you don't want spoilers for this game, you should probably tune out now. But other than that, Stick around. It's fun. It's 3 a.m. I don't know why I'm still up, but sure. It was a disappointment. Ever brought Claire?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Doesn't he run the union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin,
Anyway, thank you for the raid.
Edgar Clare.
I hope you killed all the elderly bosses.
Been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
Talk to Edgar.
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
You approach them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
And was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What'd you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Crenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
That is a euphemism. You have a feeling there was more here. But what? This has to be one of the mysteries you don't get to solve. Nothing mysterious about missing one thing in 100. Dust yourself off and proceed.
Disco whores?
Whores.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning. For 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
I like how this is completely unrelated and probably going to kill the mood. I like how whenever I blink, my model goes up and down like a teeny tiny bit and cause my boobs to jiggle. Well, now it's not doing it. That's funny.
Royalist goof.
Anyway, sorry.
Played like it was life itself. Click, clack, across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
With a shaky finger, he points to the city, towards the crater near the plaza, where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Glad. It's all gone.
What specifically do you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
You're jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
The train.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
You saw through her, so did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
Not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then. Just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
I'm not gonna. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Okay, hidden container on the coast. You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachel's the cloaca of capital.
That's a word.
Now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
See your bruises through the scope of a rifle?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How'd you get close enough to see the bruises, Mr. Dross?
I have my ways.
What ways? Tell me.
Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
Oh, wait.
This one's gone. Make up somehow. Connect something else. Fast. You lost it.
One little thing missed tonight. That's cool. I already got him out and you perfect.
No, it's not. Fix this now. Move on extra carefully. Be incredibly minute.
Can I say this?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down.
The conclusion wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eyes.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. I don't know where she is.
Good for her. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachel, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the three walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air. His lip curls into a sneer.
Glad? It's all gone.
Yosef Lilianovich Dros, you're under arrest for the murder of the Colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
You understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
Looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
First say, does have room for people?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Watches him while I come back for you.
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't...
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Yeah, I could just ask the Netpicker to watch it.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now. You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
You can come back for me once you take him to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
I'm mad that I failed that perception check.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold. From the east, your skin is crawling suddenly. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand
there this whole time,
moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The fast bit. The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster. but you don't have a gun.
There is. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
No! 83%?
You barely get to The creature's reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect...
We can't just leave it standing there. We have to do...
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling.
Save's coming.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you.
Phasmid,
Below
yeah.
its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you. Unwittingly, the insect continues its stridulations. As it moves, tuft-like structures, still pretending to be plants, rustle along on its joints.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper, as the creature's shape develops on a photo paper in his hand. Polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky. You as a shadow before it. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Run your hand up the slender limb.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control.
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the The chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike, odorless, mostly comprised of water.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a
Probably
darker
shouldn't have licked
shade,
it.
like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
To not give up on Phasmid.
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire. Burning.
Fire? Where?
Inside.
I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a one palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
I'm glad to be me. An incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and rotting glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired,
Aww.
when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Aww.
Detective, arriving on the scene.
I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this a dream? What's happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
And all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your
Aww.
mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandia Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds. Molting,
Looks cool, and I'm happy for the wheelchair woman. I know, I get to message, I get to send her mail.
To play with trash bins and boys. No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revelshop, district of Martinez, March 51.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Hey, what is the Pale?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You are a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Where's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. I've already forgotten the whole world once, when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I just say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman turned from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I will.
She was held on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
Should we walk around
Apparently,
it?
yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
Old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ashes, sturdy and
In
black.
some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
So how can you not see? How can you not see the phasm?
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What's happened to this
Old
man?
age and shock.
I think it's the phasm.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Items you get loot? I hope so.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
You couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasm has stayed hidden. Maybe we know it's not that.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
When I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely
He was
animated.
energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps his animation is induced by something in the
It does
phasm.
not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes his glasses off and cleans them. He puts them back on. He's still staring at the sea. He's addicted to that thing.
Like a drug?
He has the symptoms of an addict, not the normal
His
symptoms.
pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
Maybe there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasm.
You mean pheromonal?
He does not look hormonal anymore. Motionless. His plastic cape flaps in a sudden gust of wind.
I talked to the Phasmid. He said it's destroying
You should
him.
be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side
A
effect.
valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
There for a long time. Who knows how much of it is in his
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Oh my god, you went 7 hours? Oh my god, I went 7 hours? Oh my god, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Wow.
Old age and shock. The appearance of the Phasmid in conjunction with we should think about getting back to the mainland to get help. We'll be safe here.
I've been keeping on feeling like I've been so close to the end of this game, and it's just kept on going on. I was told there was items or something here. What's the deal? Guess not. Okay. There is. Yeah, but I didn't see, I couldn't pick up anything.
Yes?
There's definitely nothing around here that I can select. What's your perception stat at? My character called them out by name. I'm just can't see anything, I guess. There's supposed to be items? Yeah, well, it's definitely not my perception stat being too, now. There you go. It's supposed to be around where the Phasmid was. What's in it? Can you just tell me? Or is, was it some cool stuff? Was my gun there? It's the helmet of the mercenary's armor. Oh. Something else I forgot. Okay, well. Maybe it's just glitched. I don't know. I go into the area, and go back out. Up there. Oh, the scope. This monstrous looking bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the Phasmid's nest. It has some reeds sticking out of it. It smells of seawater, but it's otherwise wearable if not exactly comfortable. Being on feels scary somehow. That was weird. Wait, I don't have my guns? No, I never picked up my gun. Or the passport. I have the badge. I had a badge. How'd you survive the tribunal? I got shot twice, and then, like 6 people died. That's how I survived the tribunal. By the skin of my teeth. Because high authority. Cool. At least Kim survived. Kim, my beloved.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Yeah, I saved Kim by having high authority, and I aced a red check to warn him about what's his face shooting him or trying to hit him.
We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff. The skiff bob.
Oh, I was gonna see if I can't fill it up. This ending in video games is actually unparalleled.
Look what the tide brought in. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is,
97% in Kim's check. I believe that's the max. 97%. Oh, it's actually, yeah. If you rolled Snake Eyes, you fail regardless. Yeah. So.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But
It
where
should be.
are his sunglasses?
Should be high. 97% is like Snake Eyes, and you get something else too, because it should be 100 divided by 12 is 8, so 8 and some change. Yeah, with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems bothered by bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that. We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
How are you,
Hello,
people?
I'm Trent Heilerstar. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
A naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Lieutenant.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Where have you been all this time? There's a mercenary tribune.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, see, let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore.
Yes. You're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived.
I am. I'm a sorry
Nothing
cop.
has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
For all that silly stuff, he betrays me. Damn you, cafeteria manager! You betrayed me for the last time.
Speaking of which, the giant aerograffito in front of his building, in red, government marked fuel. Did you do that?
Is this one junior delinquent?
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
Mention a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Yeah, totally, I get it. Major crimes unit.
He doesn't remember.
See? He really doesn't remember. It wasn't a sick joke. At least that's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
So Trent Hiddleston turns out to be special consultant Trent Hiddleston.
Yes, I'm Trant Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Trant Heilestam.
What was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
What was up with all the interesting history? Spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia.
This
group
is the
personality
intervention?
theory.
Yeah, literally.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
You're the man in sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Actually, I suspected some. Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I'd have realized I knew you.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off.
So I suspected something was off.
Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
Duped again. No one who
Duped.
say they are.
Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this. Tell me, at least you are who you said you are.
I'm still Kinki Solagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct
The one
57.
shining beacon of truth in this world of hatred and lies.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
Yeah, this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
This is a method I use to solve this case. Something so sad happened to me that couldn't be me anymore as a defense mechanism.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind. However traumatic it gets, that doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes.
Personality theory.
Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio.
I never changed my name to my live name.
Live here for 40 years.
Wow.
As a police detective, he's
Better
like a
late than never,
magnetic
I guess.
reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Stand.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool. No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Like 4 of these answers are hilarious, and I don't want to pick them because I drove into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully, and it lands on the ground, some 2 meters away. Ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch that stupid thing. Damn it.
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
As you know, I lost my
You
gun.
lost your fucking gun? I knew it. I knew he lost it. Didn't I tell you? I told you he lost his gun too.
You may have accidentally admitted to losing it just now.
Yeah.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I would say it's very bad, yes. You lost your service weapon while drunk, and then you couldn't find it because you were still drunk? You're drunk right now, aren't you?
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Been a bit of a week. Sorry, I smell
A
bad.
bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah.
I upgraded my
Ruby
gun. Yeah,
something.
right? Show him the murder weapon.
Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote, compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case. It solved all of it. Yes, what he said.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefreter Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder.
Lieutenant Double Yefreter Dubois.
It's not a good
I'm getting the
communication
frickin'
strategy for an officer. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center.
I'm getting
not prone
the
to
frickin'
political
review at the end of
outbursts,
the game.
which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. Other still, he is also a Mazovian socio-economist who believes in liquidating the ruling class. How he reconciles these two points of view, I do not know, but he is vocal on both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Amphetamine, mostly. But despite all this, he is a great detective.
The game forced
One of
me to
the
do
best I've seen,
amphetamines.
in fact.
Don't put that on me, Kim. The game forced me.
He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he
He's
has
both
not once
moralist
stopped
and
working on the
socioeconomist.
case.
Okay,
He
listen.
is tireless, madly driven.
Shut up.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort.
It was a valiant effort.
He really sang his heart
I
out.
did sing my heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with
I made an
some
effort to
Indian
finish the
phasm.
case because my homie Kim Kitsuragi. Kim is a real homie. Kim's awesome. I understand why that one woman had a framed picture of him in her freaking Zoom call on that one news channel. I forget what it.
He takes
was.
out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Lead the pheromone admits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
There's also a dead man on the boardwalk. Missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
About the socioeconomics, maybe and maybe not. Someone pressed a light-bending billionaire to give money that she didn't use. Oh no, it was because I was like a fucking communist and said communist things. It was funny when I did.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
Oh, understandable. Based.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Killer. We have a strong motive.
Lilyanovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Revolution matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lillian. His Lillian's son, Lilyanovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it
cool.
to
What's
Revachol.
cool? Oh, the matronym thing? Yeah, that is cool.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Killed the mercenary in act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilyanovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
I'll win her back with It's so depressing. My masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school.
Masterpiece? Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
Also, there's Phasmid is female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Also, Volition, my beloved. All of the stats, my beloved.
Incredible.
Honestly.
Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
A gathered items in its nest. A helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates. Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it produces by parthogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
And mandibles that look like hair. And it can completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that
Just
look
makes
like
sense. It
reed
does.
tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Let's look into the mystery of the Doom commercial area.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is.
Rue des Anges 10. A commercial building where all businesses go over bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Thanks, Ken.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because the suspect seems to
You're
think...
too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal, Harry.
I did literally
No
shoot
mob
myself
boss
in the
will take
head
you.
as an intimidation tactic earlier.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Thank you, Volition. Phasm, I need to Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
She's a zoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasm.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery.
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah.
They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
It does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sports where I have a
Some
mask.
of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
Oh God, contact
Of course.
Mike.
Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principles of open competition. A 5,001 rank outsider.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Old school wording choices. I want to make fuck with you. I think I also said a racial. No, I didn't say I called the garden lady black, but there was one thing I said that I can't remember. I think I called a location a bad word for it at some point. I did a little tiny bit of racism, just enough to add flavor.
Yes, you taught gym in Corn. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school.
I said
You
that
were
you
a high
called
school
Kim a
gym
slur.
teacher.
I would never.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did you join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
About apricots? Probably.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible
You told that to Miss Oranje, I think.
full of hope.
Probably.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like
It's
this?
not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
The make fuck thing. Yes, I did at the very beginning of the game. I asked her if I can I have fuck with you, I think. Or can I make fuck to you? I thought it was can I have fuck with you?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
So you weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and the Rangalon really tore you a new one. A big one.
I was smart enough to not try it my first time. Yeah, but I thought it was be funny. So I did it for the content and I failed. And honestly, it was awesome. It was hilarious. And then later on when you're like, oh, she was actually probably raped, and you're like, oh God, oh Jesus, oh Christ, oh God, why, oh God. Yeah, but then, yeah. It's content, baby.
Incredibly bangable.
I forgot I have the fucking feminist thing. The feminist thought, inexplicable feminist agenda. Are you seriously using this moment to assert male privilege?
He is very passionate about this.
Okay, you're right. It was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. Gorgeous bourgeois woman. Way fish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Oh my God. I need to get my thought on that next playthrough. That's awesome.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river.
Académie
Way
des
east. Hard to
Arts.
say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Precinct 41, what kind of station is this?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torson McLean?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things
Worked
are
out good in the
shaky
end.
as it
Content,
is.
you finished the game without save scum, wink wink. Yes.
They aren't.
It was an 83% chance.
Torson and McLean.
I deserve to save scum that. And Connor, did I
Yeah,
take it?
not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And the Sea Wing is?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Honestly, I would have save scummed a lot more if I was playing this by myself. So only save scumming once is a victory for me. To be fair, I would have save scummed twice, but I didn't need to the first time for the karaoke. And I think everyone can agree it would have been morally reprehensible to fail the karaoke check. That's just wrong to let that happen.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Oh.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
For karaoke failed check IMHO. I just wanted to knock it out of the park. I didn't want to be that cringe embarrassing. I wanted to whip. I wanted the one win.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind
There, I
a
do that
heavy
too,
wooden
TBH.
desk Resident medic.
I'm so excited
Nick's
to watch
Gottlieb
Let's Plays of
pours
this
him
game
coffee.
after.
It's silent.
There's two that I specifically want to watch, just to see. Because I'm sure this game gets really cool and weird and, like, you can do more stuff with it.
They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
You recently showed up at church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid
Some
on
things
some
must
churches.
not fail. Like
It wasn't
karaoke.
good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why would you need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the Bloody Murder Station?
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
What will you do now? Kim, I love you. What will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
Oh, what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Rivershoal.
Pulls up his collars and looks around. The cold spring lights reflect in the lens of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Do you want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in, and crazy enough, can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock
Waiting for
will
Disco
be more
Elysium 2
central
Electric
to it than
Boogaloo.
Harbor.
And we also have a
Yeah,
huge
that'd be
caseload,
fun.
Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Okay, one of my favorite things about Disco Elysium is how grounded it is. I love this game. This is a great game.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Oops. Whoopsie daisies. That's not supposed to look like that. There's probably supposed to be a door opening animation there. That was a really good game. I really liked it. When did this game come out this year or yet last year? This game came out in 2019. This is I feel really bad because I would say this is like my favorite game that I've ever played this year, but like I also played Ultra Kill this year, and that's like I feel like I played 2 of my top 5 games ever in the span of a year, which is pretty good. Cool, I like it. I played 3 of my top 5 games because I played Halo Reach too, but I mean I already played that, but I replayed it this year. You can teleport, so going through walls is not that strange. Very true. Fuck it, say both is your fave. This is a amazing game. I have seen why it's so... I see now why it's so critically acclaimed, why everyone said I should really play it. This was a great... This is a fun little stream. Oh, it's been 8 hours and 18 minutes. It is 4:31 a.m. I am just going to assume no one's streaming right now. I can check that. They put out the new full art for Elysium, and it looks really cool. I literally have one streamer on my stream right now. I am on my following page. Only criticism, you can't take Lieutenant Kutsaragi to a skate park and do kickflips and shit. Yeah. No, wait, no, that's Crazy Taxi. What's that fucking song from Tony Hawk? I never played any of those games. I just know it has something to do with like Superman. Superman's the title. There was someone named Piss F word. Oh, wait, there was. The guy is sitting outside of our lorry. Oh, you maybe have to change your schedule. Oh, did I have? I thought I had. I can check. Thank you for letting me know. Oh yeah, I do have Disco Elysium on Saturday. I'll put out an updated schedule. Also, Kim Kitsuragi, my beloved. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The lady who had. The lady who had. Was she interviewing with CNN or something? Oh, CBS. There's this lady that oh, this is a JPEG large image, so it might not. I can just open the Twitter. This lady had a freaking framed picture. Why is it there twice? What did I just click on? Hold on. What? Oh, my background. Oh no. Hold on. Oh Lord. Oh God, it's all fucked up. There you go. Anyway, there was a lady that went on CBS that had a framed picture of Kim Katsuragi behind her. And first time I was watching something about this game except for the name. Nice. I'll try to pull it up again. Not F up everything. That this most alcoholic detective game ever. This is a great game. I stayed off the alcohol for a week, even though I smoked and did speed. And, like 30 nasal sprays and a bunch of painkillers. Other than that, I was pretty straight edge. It's a long credit sequence. I was kind of hoping for it to be quicker. I did alcohol once, mentally fuck with a racist. Oh, I would have absolutely taken that. If I'd known that existed, I would have absolutely fucked with the racist. Official police business. Bussiness. Don't clip me saying that and take it out of context, please. That's a big... Where is this game like Australian or French Canadian or one of those two? Hold on. Disco Elysium. Wikipedia. Z-A-U-M. Z-A-U-M. They're based in the UK. Oh. It's Estonian? You can buy Kim's jacket. You can buy a lot of clothes from them. You can't buy the tie? Are you kidding me? What do you mean you can't buy the tie? Oh, come on. All items are of limited edition runs. Garments are designed by ZAUM and made in Estonia by a single seamstress to ensure the highest quality. Mankind, be vigilant. We loved you. The horrific tie might be out of stock. That's sad. I was hoping for like a post-credit thing. That's where I got it, Stony. Yeah, you close. Oh, where does this put me? Ah. Oh, the Fadsman's there. That was nice. Alright, no one's streaming, so I'm just gonna end the stream. No raid. Thank you everyone for watching. As someone mentioned, I will have to change my schedule because I beat Disco Elysium. Woo! Holy shit, it's 4:40 a.m. Woo! Ugh, I need to be better about streaming at a reasonable time. I mean, I did start at a reasonable time. It's just that I streamed 8.5 hours. But thank you everyone for stopping by. As usual, I'm gonna wait for the music to close and then the stream. Close the yes. You ever get like, you close a game and then it's like, does the white screen and it crashes and you're like, yeah, I tried to close you. You better close. Anyway. I got some ideas for what I can do. It might be MGR or Celeste, or it might be something new, no promises. Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night, y'all.